There you go. Hello everybody and welcome back to my stream. I'm Big Sis Sumiko and this is Final Fantasy XIV. Let's see. We did some miscellaneous things yesterday which included trying to solo the Coils. And that didn't go so great, so I gave up and we did some class quest things. One of which I didn't get to was the Blue Mage quest, because I noticed that had popped up, and I haven't been this far with Blue Mage before. So we're gonna see. We're gonna see what this guy wants. Well, if it ain't my gifted apprentice Sumiko. Before you say anything, let me guess. You're here because you've learned Blood Drain and you want to hear my next bit of advice. I'm right, aren't I? The next step is to... It's him! The Great Azuro! He's got some fans. And they're all girls. It's like all my name days have come at once. Please, say it for us one more time. How could I refuse my adoring public? Master of knowledge beyond the comprehension of mere mortals, and wielder of arcane magics as unfathomable as the deepest ocean. Hearken, foul beasts, the indomitable keeper of the blue has come. Tis I, the Great Azuro! He said it! He actually said it! I'm just like, what the hell is going on here? Sorry about that. Was just doing my bit to keep the coin rolling in. Where were we? Ah, yes. I know a great spot for a bit of training. Meet me at Spineless Basin. I'll explain everything when we get there. Spineless Basin, I think, is Blackbreath. Yeah. I've got so many cute mounts now. I'm so happy. How far are we going? I guess I could have just taken the Aethernet out. Glad to see you survived the trek. I hope the Horrents didn't give you any bother. In fact, they're the reason we're here. There are some especially angry ones that would be perfect targets for practicing your blue magic. They're tough, but not too tough. Some folk call them man-eaters, but I like to think that's an exaggeration. Anyway, why not give Blood Drain a try? It'll draw out some of the enemy's ether to help you cast more spells. I might be a little too strong. No? Oh. Ah, these ones are not it. Ooh. I don't know if I have to use Blood Drain. But I did it anyway. Martin's a local celebrity. Thank you, Great Azuro, for getting rid of that pesky hornet. He was a right nasty bastard if I ever saw one. Here's your payment as agreed. Making me do the dirty work? Not surprising, to be perfectly honest. Ah, I didn't see you there. How goes the training? Training? Maybe one day I'll get paid for doing nothing too. Come on, don't be like that. You had a chance to hone your skills, and that bloke can go about his business without being stung to buggery. If he's willing to part with a few gil for it, who am I to say no? Once we get back to Old Isle, I'll divvy up the earnings. I'll see you outside the Celestium. You better give me my money. I'm not one to be trifled with. And then... Ah, there you are. What took you so long? You're showing signs of improvement, but you'll want a few more tricks up your sleeve before you can step into the arena. Those pit fiends don't mess about. I reckon what you need is Mind Blast. Once you've learned that, come and find me, and we'll continue your training. And here's your payment for the hornet you put down. Good. Good man. You think I'm being stingy? Listen, miss, I've already subtracted the fees for your training. If I charged any less, I'd be cutting my own throat. Mind Blast. I'll see if I can't have someone run that with me. It'll be a while before I pick up anything else, that's for sure. Let's go to Dancer. And... where am I going? We're done. We go home. beyond the Great Wall. Oh my god.
The question is, how will the Empire respond to the disappearance of Omega and the Primal? Oh, I didn't see you there. Forgive me. Word from Baelsar's wall is proving long in the coming, and my mind cannot help but stray to grim places.
Alphino, a message from the Alliance.
It's about time. Pray summon the others at once.
Hasn't been that long.
Yes, sir.
Long enough, I suppose.
General Uldin reports that his forces have secured the breach in Baelsar's wall.
And what of the Primal and Omega?
There is still no sign of either at this time. He writes that they will begin a more thorough investigation shortly. And, as expected, he wishes to petition the aid of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn.
As expected.
The Alliance's decision to capture a part of Baelsar's wall is open to interpretation.
The wall serves to demarcate Imperial territory, Alamigo included, from the rest of Eorzea. To an observer, the Alliance's actions could be seen as a prelude to invasion.
Indeed. And the Alliance leaders have no wish to be branded invaders.
You're saying they won't fight for Alamigo? Even after everything that's happened?
Not without the consent of her people, no. Make no mistake, Lys. The Alliance is in complete agreement that the Empire must be purged from Eorzea. However, they will not set foot in Gyr Abania until they have formally secured the consent and cooperation of the Alamigan opposition.
They would have us act as intermediaries.
Precisely. The Scions are uniquely qualified to serve in this capacity. That is to say, Lys's, given her personal connection to the Resistance. Who better than you to broker an agreement between the Alliance and the people of Alamigo? Assuming you are willing, of course.
Of course I am. You know I'd like nothing more.
As for who should accompany you on said diplomatic mission, I had a mind to volunteer myself.
Well, that covers the talking part. But you just know there'll be trouble along the way. Are you available?
Yes. As if you have to ask.
Thanks. It means a lot knowing you'll be there.
I too shall accompany you. Such endeavors are seldom hampered by a surfeit of healers.
Good point. Allow me to offer my services as well.
I have spent quite enough time here of late, so I'll be coming. But we will need someone to keep an eye on things.
Jay?
I trust you have no objections?
None, my lady. Gladly shall I continue to serve as caretaker of the Waking Sands, and there keep watch for signs of primal and Ascian activity both.
As capable as my learned friend undoubtedly is, there are some troubles that may prove too much for a single scion, on account of which I mean to stay.
It is settled then. Let us each see to our preparations.
Feels like he's always being left behind to monitor and watch. Well, it's what he likes to do, so who are we to complain?
Ready, my friend?
Yes.
Well then, Tataru, I leave the rising stones in your capable hands.
Don't worry, Alphino. I'll see that the place is still standing when you come back.
Oh yeah. Lusetsu's here.
Mistress Y'shtola has unfolded all. You are bound for Girabania?
Aye. The Alliance would have us make contact with the Alamegan resistance as soon as possible.
It begins then. As soon it shall in Doma, if the gods are good. 'Tis but a pity it must be now. I am sorry that we shall not be present to fight beside you in the battles to come.
You have stood with us countless times, Lady Yugiri. Pray do not apologize.
Then let us thank you instead. You and yours stood with us from the first, when we came to this land as refugees in search of sanctuary. Loath am I to think what might have become of my people, had you not extended to us the hand of friendship. We will never forget. This I solemnly swear.
They've been putting in the work, that is for sure.
Much has changed since first you set foot on these shores. Revenant's Toll stands as a testament to that. I'm sure your people will manage in your absence.
Indeed. They have built a new home for themselves and no longer need me to shepherd them. The time has come for Kozetsu and I to return to our master, to our home.
I know how you feel. It's time I went home too.
Though our battlefields be 1,000 mounds apart, our purpose is one. That all men hearken to the clarion call of freedom, of liberation, from Eorzea to the far east, that they may rise up and cast down the curse of Garlemald.
Yeah.
Take care, you hear me? When all of this is over, we're going to celebrate. Together. Just you wait.
I should like that very much. Fare you well.
1,000 moons apart, yet united in purpose. Let us pray both our endeavors meet with success. Shall we then? Wait, not just yet. I knew I'd forgotten something important. Please, could you come with me? Me? What? Now? Alright then, if you insist. Everyone's been getting a makeover. It's high time she got one too. Dumb tummy. Big tummy. What do you think? As you can see, I designed it to be light and loose, an outfit tailor-made to the needs of a skilled fighter like Lise. Your work never ceases to impress. Much more of this, and I may have to stop introducing you as the Scion's receptionist and start referring to you as our preeminent seamstress. It's lovely, Tataru. Thank you. I feel like I could take on a legion. I'm glad you like it. And with that, I'll delay you no longer. Safe travels. Then onward to Girabania. Our first step will be at Amarasai's Spire in the East Shroud. feels, smells. Where are we going? East Shroud. I think. We'll find out. Yeah. Look at him go. Defying the odds. All are present and accounted for. When you are ready, my friend, pray inform the officer that we wish to proceed into Girabania. We're ready. Ah, the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. We were told to expect you. Shall I summon someone to escort you to the wall? Proceed. Ah, map. Why is there just a whale in the sky? Is that Bismarck? Map. We are going places.
I remember crossing the border, standing in Girabania once more. Me and my fellow Scions, the warrior of light among us.
And I slow stroll forward, making a dramatic entrance.
Behind us, Baelsar's wall cutting the land in two. Freedom on one side, tyranny on the other. Tyranny and the promise of a new beginning.
That's a hole in a mountain.
But one that could only be bought with flames and blood.
I could use a little fire right now because it's kind of chilly, not gonna lie. Touch the crystal. Remember, guys, touch the crystal. Greetings, Scions. On behalf of the Eorzean Alliance, I welcome you to Castrum Oriens. Thank you, General. We were relieved to hear that your forces secured the wall without incident. Have the Imperials made any attempt to retake the Castrum since then? None. Save for a few skirmishes between our scouts and their patrols, we've had barely any contact with them. But we all know it's only a matter of time before things escalate. As if attacking Baelsar's wall wasn't enough, Ilberd summoned a primal right on their doorstep. Garlemald does not like to let such shows of defiance go unanswered. 'Twas a declaration of war, even if it was not Ilberd's to make, and now we are bound by it, for weal or for woe. The Scions stand ready to serve, General. What would you ask of us? As stated in my message, the Alliance will not proceed without the support and cooperation of the Alamegan people. We would have you serve as our emissaries and make contact with the Resistance. Consider it done, General. We won't let you down, I swear. Then I'll leave it to you. Godspeed. As the Mayans. Ah, of all the Castra in the world, you walk into mine. Master Garland, what brings you here? A certain missing Allagan weapon and draconic primal. Omega and Shinryu, I think the shinobi called it. Anyway, we've been studying their trail of destruction, hoping it might lead us somewhere, which it has singularly failed to do. Then 'tis like Omega fell to Earth in occupied territory, meaning it may already be in Imperial hands. Even so, it bears repeating that we engage the stasis system. Assuming the command was received and executed successfully, the weapon will be of no use to them. Assuming. We should hurry up and find it regardless. All the more reason to reach out to the Resistance. If we want to press into Garabania, we'll need their blessing. Everyone's counting on us. Let's not waste any more time talking. As you've probably heard, there are plenty of factions in the Resistance, so I'm taking us to see the one with the most influence. Their headquarters are located in a place called Rauger's Reach, an old temple to the east of here, across the Velodina River. I learned a route that should allow us to avoid Imperial patrols. Stick with me and we'll be there before you know it. Scout route. Stout. I don't like stouts. They're too bitter. Might I interest you? No. It's a Trent, not a Leshy. Go away. I'm not here. I wonder, could they, like... I know it's, like, rusted over and broken and stuff, but could they parse it for parts and say, like, with the ironworks, just rebuild them? Are they above that? Still with me? Good. From here, we'll head northeast towards the river. The water's not too deep, so we won't have to swim. Yeah, I can't fly yet. Which is fine. Southwest. Ah. I'm sure we'll be coming back. I just imagine Cryle having to walk across this and she's just swimming, where everybody's just walking. I don't see any soldiers. Good, let's cross. You're wondering about the tower to the south? It's part of Castellium Velodina. That's where the Imperials decided to call the old bridge after they fortified it. I call it a great big eyesore. Honestly, you can see that rotten banner from absolutely miles away. They never miss a chance to rub our noses in it, do they? Come on, we should keep moving. Gator. East. You don't see me. Hello, hello, welcome back. Where am I going? Can I can't. Okay. Schism. Yeah. I did want to dip my toes at least a little bit into the main story quest, but I am absolutely down to try again with the Coils. Dippin' party. I probably went the longest way around. Nah, we're good. There's so much map. We're here. On the other side of this pass is Valgar's Reach. So you say, but all I see are rocks. I presume there is some sort of trick to this? Indeed, a glamour. G'day, Ishtola. I take it they have a talented mage in their ranks, or mayhap an artificer trained in the modification of glamour prisms? Something like that. The important thing is that it fools the Garleans. Oh, before we go in, I don't know if Tataru told you, but my friend Nago, the messenger who came to the Rising Stones, is a member of this faction. So they know us, and they shouldn't attack us on sight. That said, they can be a bit jumpy, so let me lead the way and, don't go reaching for your weapons or anything. And with a sprinkle of demasking dust, all is laid bare. There's no longer rocks. Come, step lightly.
I remember the old stories. How the Breaker of Worlds came down from on high and cleft the earth with a single blow. Ralga's Reach, a holy place, and a fitting home for the resistance, for the brave and the true, the loyal sons and daughters of Alamigo. They were waiting for us there, men and women whose souls still cried out for what was lost, for what could be ours again.
It's Nago. Conrad. And such a normal name compared to everybody else. Oh. You'll forgive us our precautions, but we can't be sure who has crossed the barrier. We see you now for who you are, though, the scions of the Seventh Dawn. 'Tis I. 'Tis us. Now, I know you would not have come all this way unless you had something important to discuss, and I'm eager to hear what it is you have to say. But let's not do it on our doorstep, huh? Come with me. Horse. Don't mind me, guys. I'm just gonna touch all of your crystals real quick. Rub my grubby little hands on all of them. It's for good luck. Good morning. How are you doing today? Here we go. And one more to touch, and then we can go talk to the good man Conrad. So all very empty. It's been a while since I could touch me some crystals. When the Warrior of Light has a crystal fetish. Hello. No, not you. You.
Allow me to welcome you once more to Rauger's Reach, our humble headquarters. My name is Conrad Kemp, and I have the dubious honor of overseeing operations here.
It is a pleasure to meet you, Master Kemp. I am Alphino Leveilleur of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, as are my comrades. Before I speak of our purpose here, pray allow me to thank you for sheltering Ida, forgive me, Lys, and Papalymo at great risk to yourselves.
No, there's no need for that. They risked their necks for us enough times. 'Twas the least we could do.
I wanted to, I mean, about the mask and...
Ah, don't fret over that. You're not the first person to take up arms against the Empire under a false name. We'd do the same if we had any sense. My condolences for your loss, child.
Papalymo laid down his life to save us, to give us a chance to make a better future for ourselves. There will never be a better time to drive the Garleans from our lands. But we have to take the lead on this. We can't leave it to fanatics like Ilberd.
It was just a desperate
More than a
man.
few of our people were taken in by his promises. Followed him all the way to the wall. Good men and women who never came back. When Monago told us what had happened, how the bastard had made sacrifices of them for his twisted ritual, by Rolger it filled me with an unholy fury. But what's done is done. Best we can do now is see that it wasn't all in vain.
That is why we are here today, sir, to see that some good comes of this tragedy. On behalf of the Eorzean Alliance, we do hereby extend a formal offer of military assistance to the Alamegan resistance.
Do you now? Well, go on then. I'm sure there's more to it than that.
Yeah.
So that's the way of it, eh? The Alliance, hoping to avoid a direct confrontation with the superior forces of the Empire, wishes to engage them by proxy with our vastly inferior ones. My comrades and I must confer on your proposal. A moment, if you please.
Of course, Master Kemp. Take all the time you require.
I mean, it's like they're finally getting the help that they want, but is it really substantial enough to make a difference? So, it would seem we find ourselves with a surfeit of free time. Ah, forgive me. You are free to look around Rauger's Reach. In fact, I would encourage you to do so. It'll give you a better grasp of our current circumstances. Thank you, Master Kemp. I believe we will do just that. Let us make the most of this opportunity and assess the Resistance's capabilities. Free to poke our noses wheresoever we will, eh? I like the sound of that. Well, I already know this place inside now. I can show you around if you like, Demiko. let's get started. She's like a super cute little sister. So excited. Like, I'll bet you think the Resistance is mostly made up of Alamigan Highlanders like me, but the truth is that we don't even account for half. We've got Hellsguard from all the way over by the Spine in here, and plenty of Seekers of the Sun like Nago. There's even some Beastmen, well, Beast women, I suppose, like that one over there. She's an Anata. They've been with us for a while now. Anata? Ah, there she is. Well, one of the smaller factions has. The rest won't have anything to do with us. We're no different from the Garleans to them. They keep to themselves, spending all their time crafting. Ananta make the most amazing jewelry, by the way. They use magics to twist metals and crystals into shapes you wouldn't believe. It's a pity people hardly ever get to see their work, but then most don't even know they exist. That's enough about them anyway. Let's take a closer look at the statue of Ralgar, shall we? I can only imagine how up in arms they would be if there was an actual Magitech armor just strolling around their camp. Pretty awe-inspiring, isn't it? The breaker of worlds, who guided our ancestors to these lands all those centuries ago. Ida used to tell me the story on stormy nights. She wanted me to understand, to remember. At the end of the 5th astral era, when the waters rose higher and higher, people all across Eorzea beseeched the heavens for a sign, and lo, a burning star appeared in the eastern sky, and led the way to these mountains of Girabania. They who were saved by his grace pledged to honor and revere him, to devote themselves to great works without and within. A storm of blood approaches fast. Hells open, heavens weep, for no one soul doth lie beyond the measure of his reach. That last part was inscribed on this stone by a monk of the Fist of Ralgar. Ida explained it to me. A day will come bringing strife and sorrow that none may escape. Waste not these precious hours, but in quiet preparation make strong the body and mind. I don't know if that storm of blood is finally upon us, but if it is, I have to believe that everything we've been through, everything that has led us up to this point, will see us through in the end. Sorry, that was a bit melodramatic, wasn't it? Let's keep moving, shall we? Off to the infirmary. I forget. We're not there yet. This is the infirmary. As you can probably tell, here's where the resistance healers patch up the wounded and tend to the sick. No matter how carefully we planned our operations, casualties were inevitable. It's a sad thing to think about, but it's also important to remember the cost, as Conrad would say. We should go. I'll show you to the Aetherite Plaza next. But I've already touched the crystal field, so you should. And Cryo. They've got a poor healer cornered, asking him questions. Oh no, he's injured. They've got a poor injured man cornered to ask him questions. Is that a purple? It is a purple chocobo. I know you can change the color of your chocobos by feeding them certain things, but I've never actually tried it, so I don't know how it's done. When you've seen one Aetheryte, you've seen them all, right? Not quite. This one is an older design dating back decades to when the Fist of Valgor was still here. It may look a little different, but it works as well as any other. I'll show you where the settlers are next, but don't forget to attune to the Aetheryte before we go. Already done, my friend. It's a little different, huh? Waiting day today. Arms, armor, potions, you name it, these folks have got it. The Resistance would be in a bad way without brave merchants to keep it provisioned. If you're short on anything, or you need something repaired, these are the people to speak to. Alphino and Alisair are here. Why don't we see how they're getting on? Why do the feathers dribble? I didn't like that. Heck yeah! We getting us a hat. Time to take the measure of our friendly neighborhood merchants. They're a bold lot, that much is plain. If the Imperials found out they were peddling their wares to the Resistance, they would be lucky to escape with their lives. 'Tis a gamble, aye, but I admire their courage. But their motives could hardly be said to be altruistic. Ah, here you are. I've been looking all over for you. We finished discussing your proposal, and we're ready to receive you all back at the tent. I've sent someone to fetch Y'shtola and Coils, so if you'd like to follow me... Even the plants are jiggly.
Thank you all for waiting. We have reached a consensus. I, Conrad Kemp, do hereby accept the Eorzean Alliance's proposal. You must understand, however, that our cooperation comes with certain caveats.
Those caveats being...
I take no joy in this, just so you know. Were it within my power, I'd offer you more assistance. But the Resistance is far more fragmented than you realize. The men and women in my care belong to but one of many factions. Simply put, I can only speak for the people of Rolga's Reach. Now, I have every intention of appealing to the others, and I expect many will agree. But it will take time, and I cannot guarantee universal support.
Understood. I shall see that the Alliance is under no misapprehensions as to your position.
Much obliged. But that's not the whole of it. As you can imagine, the loss of those who cast their lot with the Griffin left us short on numbers. Some of our most trusted veterans died at the wall, and we've had to fill their posts with the young and inexperienced. Frankly, everything's in a right bloody mess.
Oh, we'd be more than happy to help you get back on your feet. If we're going to work together, we'll be doing ourselves a favor.
Well, there's no shortage of work to be done, that's for sure. We're in dire need of new blood too.
Ishtola and I could lend a hand in the infirmary. From what I saw, they could do with a few more healers.
Very well. I, for my part, shall return to the Rising Stones. I'm certain there are others among the Scions who would welcome the opportunity to fight for Alamegan liberation.
Is there anything else we can do to help?
There's always something
I
to
have
do.
something else in mind for you lot. Monargo and Mefrid will tell you more.
Understood. We won't let you down.
Monargo and Mefrid are to be our keepers. Knowing not of what they require, one task is as good as the other. Make your choice, Sumiko. Give me a hat. I want the hat. I'll save the pretty lady for last. At the risk of repeating myself, it's still hard for me to believe that we'd meet again. Here, of all places. Though I reckon you probably don't remember me. Is he the one that we saved in Gridania way back when? Yeah. I'm impressed. Given everything you went on to accomplish, you'd be forgiven for forgetting all about our time in Quarry Mill. Suffice it to say, we didn't forget about you either, nor the lives you saved. As for me, I went to Little Alamigo while Galleon was recovering. Gundabald was my former commander and an old friend, and I had a lot on my mind. In the end, I decided to disband our unit. I told the men to live their lives as they saw fit. Some chose to remain in Little Alamigo, and others went to Ul'dah for work. But, as you can see, I chose to come back to Garabania and join Conrad and the others. I've kept busy since then, ferrying people and provisions across the border and back. It's not been easy, but it's been fulfilling. Today, however, we'll be heading east to the peaks. Conrad thinks we might have luck finding new recruits in the village of Alagana. Alagana? If you're going there, you're taking me with you. Ah, that's right, you're from Alagana, aren't you, Lise? By all means, we'd welcome company. There'll be more to it than just asking around, but we can talk about it on the way. Make your preparations and see me by the tunnel to the peak. Going home in a very literal sense. Next up, this dude. Before we begin, I'd like to thank you and the Scions again for patching me up after I bled all over your floor. I owe you my life, and I won't forget that. Furthermore, it was rude of me to run off without saying a word. It's all well and good me claiming my duties here couldn't wait, but a parting thank you was the very least you deserved. My apologies. And thank you. Now to business. Commander Kempson trusted me with a formal reply to be hand-delivered to the Alliance leadership. It covers everything we discussed, as well as detailing the disposition of our forces. What I need is an escort, 1 or 2 men at most, so we can make it to the wall swiftly without attracting undue attention. Very well. I shall join you in this. General Aldine commands the forces at Castrum Orient. It should be simple enough to see it into his hands. Great! That's just what I wanted to hear. When you're ready to depart, meet me at the pass leading out of the Reach. This way. Perfect. This tunnel will take us all the way to the peaks. We're on a mission for Conrad to Alagona. Clear the barricade, if you would. Aye, sir. Shouldn't take more than a moment. There's more villages there than out here, but also more Imperials keeping a close eye on things. We'll need to tread carefully. Actually. Ooh. Gotta love Imperial infrastructure.
I remember the peaks of Girabania. Silent watchmen that would stand long after we were gone. We came seeking allies to join us in the fight against the Empire. People who had had enough. People who had suffered every possible indignity. Who had been treated like animals, day after day after day.
I'll come back for you, friend. No, we'll do this first. We've a glamour in place here too, as you may have noticed. So far as the Imperials are concerned, this is not more than a testament to the savage impulses of a lesser race. Remember though, once we leave these ruins, we'll have no glamours to conceal us. The village is to the east. Keep watch for patrols as we move. Butterflies. Utorini. Once I touch this crystal, I would be down to start some more coils if you're still here. Nary an Imperial in sight. That's a mercy. Alagana's due east, past the bridge. Follow me, it's not much further. Is that a giant grasshopper? I don't like it. Go away. I'm so slow. You can rest easy. We made it. This is Alagana. It feels strange coming home like this. I always imagined it would be... Oh, sorry. That has nothing to do with why we're here. We need recruits. Aye, we do. But as I said back at the Reach, it's a little more complicated than just asking for volunteers these days. As you know, we're short-handed because many of our people were taken in by the Griffin's promises and went to the wall, never to return. It wasn't just them, though. Folks from all over, including some of my former comrades, answered his call to arms. As for why we came to this particular village, it's rumored that Alagana lost a few youths as well. If there's truth to that, then there could be others sympathetic to the cause. Then again, after the Griffin's betrayal, they may be suspicious of outsiders claiming allegiance to the Resistance, and rightfully so. So with all that in mind, how are we supposed to convince them to join? I mean, I knew it wouldn't be as simple as giving a speech in the village square. Not if you didn't want the place to be burned to the ground, no. You might as well piss in the Viceroy's eye. We'll need to be a good deal more circumspect than that. You'll never know when an Imperial spy is listening. We must speak with the Elder first. I know for a fact he can be trusted. We'll listen to what he has to say and decide what to do after. Sounds like a plan. Let's hope there's still some brave men and women here willing to fight. So much experience. 100,000 each one. Good, good. Regenfrid, the village elder, is over by the shore. No time like the present. Let's have a word. Tuning. One second, my man. I have an ether current to find. North. Up. Up. Hidden Hearth. Huh. I feel like those names are typically like Rugadin names. There it is. Yep. I thought that was a white ore site for a moment, and I was so confused. Don't know you, traveler. You a merchant? You'll not find much custom here. Greetings and well met, Elder, and sincerest apologies that I did not send word ahead of our arrival. Too long have I been away from Alagana, and I would know of your recent troubles. Ah, you are comrades of Mifrid. I see, I see. Speak on, though I suspect I know your purpose. The Griffin came with many men and left with many more. Such is the rumor. Is it true? He lit a fire in the hearts and then dangled a dream before their tired eyes. Now you come to steal away what few remain. The Griffin was a traitor and a madman, and we had no part in his schemes. We have made an agreement with the Alliance. This time it will be different. This time. This time? Cold comfort to the dead and the ones they left behind. How much more must we give before you've had your fill? But But surely you hate the Empire as much as we do. They took our lands, our traditions, even our god, and they demanded a fifth of what little we've got left. I hate the bastards, with every fiber of my being. But hate's not enough, Mefried. I can't. We can't keep doing this. I'll not tell anyone you came, but you need to go. Now, leave us be and never return. You've got no right to speak to us like that. I've got a quarry that was producing barely enough to keep us fed, and that was before half our young men and women went off to die for your bloody cause. So yes, I've got every right to tell you to leave my village. No, you don't, because it's my village too, my home. What in the hells are you on about? Wait, I know those eyes. You're one of Curtis's girls. Lise Hext, and I'm here to take back my homeland. By Relger, the last time I saw you, I didn't even know if you were still alive. I never thought you would come. I almost didn't, and my sister never will. Lots of others won't either, and that's why we've got to carry on the fight. You even sound like him. As you say, I've got no right to tell you to leave. Alagana is much your home as it is mine. But I say to you again, we can give no more. Yes, I heard you the first time. Let's go. Oof. Lise putting her foot down. What is that? Oh, it's like a little ghosty. I don't like that either. That could have been handled better, but what's done is done. At least we've been granted permission to stay. I was hoping Ragnbreed might help us recruit some of his people, but that clearly wasn't going to happen. If we're to convince any of them to join, we'll first need to regain their trust. It's risky, but it's hardly subtle, but I say we approach the villagers directly, see what problems they've got, and if we can do anything to help. Makes sense to me. Let's split up and ask around. A new face in Alagana, huh? What would you ask of me then? A stranger and a generous soul besides? Bullocks. There's not more suspicious than a good Samaritan. And on the other hand, if you were an Imperial agent, I'd expect you to go about your business with more discretion. Bugger me, you really are here to help, aren't you? Very well, I'll take you up on your offer, stranger. My little brother's working the rocks by Grim and Enid. He's got something for me. Can you go and get it? You can count on me. Right then. Frightened Coils, his name. Ask him for the leftovers. You have to understand. Angry Coral and Frightened Coral. You'd best keep your distance if you know it's good for you. Say your piece and move on. Looking for folks down on their luck. Congratulations, you found one. Aw. As you can see, my leg ain't what it used to be. Some days I can hardly walk for the pain. Mornings are the worst, especially after cold nights. Hard labor's right out. Too much pain and trouble for others. There's a tea. What helps with it, though? I need to grind a chipuli horn and hornbill talon for the blend. I got you covered. You'll go and get some for me, just like that? You needn't trouble yourself so. I got you, friend. Oop. It's so weird that I can't just destroy it. The perks of being over-leveled. Minkle boo. That's weirdly wobbly arms. Still feel the beady little eyes. What you got with beady eyes, my dude? Sniz. There we go. That's one thing done. And I go around this way. Scorpion. Did I touch the crystal? I don't remember. What is that? Buckaboo? Huh? Here for the leftovers, are you? Not like my brother to send someone in his stead, but so be it. It's all in the sack over. It's all in the sacks over yonder. They're bleeding heavy mine, so be careful when you pick them up. I have arms of steel and a will that is unbreakable. I did. Ah, the new face. You have my leftovers? Huh, well, I'll be. You actually went and brought the whole lot back. Much obliged, much obliged. It's saltpeter for making fire sand, in case you're curious what it's all for. The rocks by the lakes have got good deposits. Tain't hard for my brother to pass for any other lobman quarryman, all the while sweeping bits and pieces off to the side, to bundle up and sell to the settlers what trade with the resistance. It's a living and a way of fighting back besides, our way of spitting in the Garlean's eye for putting our father in an imperial uniform and shipping him off for some faraway providence 15 years ago. Don't know if he's still alive even, though if he were alive, he'd not be... Though if he were alive, he'd not be long for this world if we caught fighting for the resistance. So this is the best we can do. That's the long and short of it. We do what we can, though we know it's not enough. I think you'll find that most folks here ain't much different. Everybody's got a reason, but in the end, the result is the same. I suppose I just wanted you to know is all. That we know why you're here, and that even if we can't join you, we wish we could. You've been gone a while. What brings you back to Alagana? I got you your goods. Oh, I never meant to... I mean, in times like these, you never think people will actually... This country is hard on people, but it's not just that. The Imperials, they've made it known I'm not to be helped. A dead man's good for one lesson, you know? Whereas a live one... You're with the Resistance, right? I suppose there's no reason not to tell you then. My father, God's rest his soul, was deathly sick at the time, and so I'd gone out to the forest, spear in hand, to gather herbs. And then I had the good fortune of running into an Imperial patrol. My weapon marked me as a rebel, or so they said. Not that it'd have made a difference if I fought back. I knew what a lot of them were about the moment that the Centurion laid eyes on me. Didn't matter in the end, of course. Some people just like to hurt others, and by the time I limped back to the hut, I was too late for my father. Too late for me too, and many others, I imagine. Help them too, if you like. They'll be grateful and say thank you, but beyond that, I wouldn't hope for much. Method. Get me some sandals. I like those. Ah, there you are, Tsumiko. I've been having a hard... I've been trying to help the villagers deal with this food shortage of theirs. Recently, Imperials have been swooping into villages unannounced and seizing supplies in order to prevent the people from stockpiling, in case they might be in league with the Resistance. It's not much, but I've taught them a few tricks to better hide what little they've got left. How's Lise getting on, by the way? You'd think people would be more inclined to trust a local girl, assuming they remember her, that is. Cynical youth. I don't think that's actually his name. No, I didn't mean to. And where were you these past 20 years? Where were you when we were being ground under the Black Wolf's boot, on the other side of his bastard wall, living a high life, I'll wager? That's not fair. Oh, and who's this? Another one of your freedom-loving friends, dining to help us poor, unfortunate souls? Trying to whip us into a frenzy so we'll go and storm a castrum with our pickaxes and shovels? Leave, all of you, before you bring a cohort down on us all. And you, don't you dare speak like you're one of us. You can't even begin to understand what we've been through. You weren't here, Lise. You weren't here. This is my home, and I love it with all my heart. And if you truly have any love for it too, you'll keep us out of your doomed rebellion. Damn. He has a point. No matter what I say or do, it doesn't change the fact that I left them behind. But this isn't about me, or anyone else. It's about Alamigo. Let's go and find Mifrid. Poor Lise. Looks like the Elder wasn't the only one unwilling to hear us out. Can't blame them, given what happened at the wall. I thought I might be able to appeal to them as a fellow. I don't know. But, if anything, it just made them angrier. I haven't lived through it like they have. I can't claim to know the struggle like they do either, Lise. I ran too, but if I hadn't, I'd never have met Tsumiko or the rest of you. And we might not be here today, in a position to make a difference. So I don't regret my choices, nor will I apologize for them. There's more than one way to fight. Someone, anyone, we need help. I don't like the sound of that one, but come on. Wakrada, the Tributum and the bloody rat man, and they it all. You there, take a deep breath, and then tell us what happened. It was all business as usual. The Tributum's due soon, and we were taking it to the Imperials when the Korgan attacked. They took my brother, and our money. Took him where? We're into the south of here. There was an old temple before they came, and listen, Wakrada's the only family I've got left. If I lose him, The Ziggurat? If the rat man took him there, he's as good as dead. We've got to go after them. If there's even a chance our brother's still alive, we have to try. Yeah. You stew in your self-pity. You're right, Lise. We've got to help them. If it's not for the missing man, then for the Tributum. The Garleans won't suffer excuses if they're late. So, Wakrada's being held somewhere at the Ziggurat to the south, which has been taken over by a host of Korgan bandits. That about covers it then. Be prepared for a fight. They may not be the most challenging foes, but there's sure to be a lot of them. They do mass produce. Aw, man. Oh, it is exactly the same. Then in that case, I got me a hat. Let's go. Ooh. I really do take the longest way to get anywhere, don't I? No! Why do you have 3 eyes? Oh. It's fairly large. Byron's bread. Hello? Airship. Blood glider. Where am I going? These don't look like no Korgan I know. Please let me go. I'm begging you. I don't want to die. Gotta go up. Hear that? I think it came from the top of the ziggurat. Who dares come to loot our man flesh? Ours to eat. Ours to eat. We knew it'd come to this. Kill them quick before they alert the others. I'm gonna just stand here, guys. You do you. Up we go. You don't see anything. Who does a Korrigan worship? Of all the beast tribes, they're the one that I was just like, I don't know what it is you do. Do they not worship anything? I don't know. Yay. Oops. Oh no. Oh no. I'm dead. I'm dead. I died. I did an accident. I did an oopsie. Okay. Go through the proper entrance this time. No. Also no. This time I won't do the move that gets me killed. I don't think I'm gonna make it. Yeah. That's unfortunate. guess we'll just have to call in the big guns. Now everything will ignore me. Which is fine by me. Oh, the day when the mounts become faster. We'll get there. By Ralger, what did I ever do to deserve this? I've gone to bed hungry for months. I'm skin and bones. I'd hardly make a snack, much less a meal. Oh, you found him! In the chocobo. Oh, wait, are you here to rescue me? Your sister sent us. It's going to be alright. My sister? Oh, Ralger be praised, she's safe, and you fought your way in here just for me? To think there are still good, brave folk in this world. We should go before the Quergan return in force. Do you still have the Tributum? Oh gods, the Tributum! The Imperials will be wondering where I am. I have to go. But right now, in your condition? You don't understand. We were given a warning last month for being short. If I don't make it in time, there's no telling what will happen to me and my sister. She angry? Understandably so. I'm glad we saved him, but seeing him run off like that, I've got a bad feeling about this. Listen, Zumika, Mefreed, I think we need to go after Workrada. Wait, you had better not be thinking of stopping him. You heard what he said. If they don't pay one way, they'll pay another. I know that, I do, and I don't want to interfere. I just want to see that he makes it there safely. Well, if that's the sum of it, then fine. Let's head down and see if we can't pick up his trail. Yeah. In the dirt, you spy a chocobo feather. Any luck? I got this feather. A chocobo feather, is it? Aye, by my reckoning, it came from Murkrada's bird, in which case... There's a collapsed bridge just around the bend. Hug the rocks and stick to the shadows. We'll find him soon enough. I got a hat. It's a nice hat. Any minute now, I expect he'll come thundering around the bend, and hear that? Get to cover quickly now. Quickly.
Are they Imperials?
Worse. Skulls. Listen, Lise. Whatever happens, stay hidden and do not intervene. Understood?
What?
You there! Halt! You know you shouldn't be here. Explain yourself.
Forgive me, sir. I came to deliver the tributum.
Oh, aye. A likely story. Only a fool would dare to come so late. Or, mayhap, a resistance spy.
No! No, you've got it all wrong. I was waylaid by bandits. It's not my fault.
I said halt!
Is this a joke? You don't seriously expect us to believe this is a fake? How stupid do you think we are?
It is, I swear, on my mother's life.
Spare us. You came late, you lied about bandits, and then you tried to cheat the Empire of its due.
My god.
Think you can kill them all? Including the ones watching from the tower? Even if you did, others would come for him and his family. You'd be condemning them all to a life of hard labor. Assuming they didn't just execute them, that is.
But it isn't fair.
It's your bloody fault we're stuck out here patrolling this god's-forsaken wasteland. It's your fault I have to listen to people go on and on about how Alan Egan's can't be trusted. I've worked and toiled harder than any man. I'm a citizen, goddammit. And what are you? A stupid, stubborn little dog who'd sooner bite the hand that feeds him and pine for the good old days.
That's enough! Lord Xenos is expecting our report.
I bet the poor bastard can't believe his luck. He gets to go home. We should do the same.
Just limping away. Meanwhile, the chocobo's moonwalking next to him. You think she knew you were there? I heard their commander was keen-eyed, but gods, that was a near thing. Tears me up inside to see our own kinsmen doing the very bidding of the Viceroy. But they made their choice, and if it comes to it, I'll cut down every last one of them myself. Warcraft is alive, and the tributum's been paid. That's all that matters for now. I, for one, would rather not wait around and see if the skulls decide to return. We'd best get back to Alagana until Ragafrid, his man, got the job done. Ragafrid. Waganfrid. Viganifrid. Rigmarole. Rigmarole. Go away. We owe you a debt of gratitude for what you did. Rakrata told me everything, that you fought with the Quergan and saved his life. For all the good it did, we saw what happened when he met with the Skulls, how they beat him half to death. We could have stopped them. I reckon you could. Mifrid's a warrior is your comrade, and you're strong like your father. That much is plain. But I thank Ralgar you did not, because it would not have ended with them. Rakrata and his sister would have been branded insurgents, if not the whole lot of us. Bones heal, scars fade, but the dead remain dead. We're alive, and that's more than can be said for only the gods know how many others. It's enough for you, is it? To put up with whatever they do to us, so long as you get to see another day? That's right. You grit your teeth and you learn to live with the pain. I'll admit I was quick to judge you, Lise, and I apologize for that. I know you and yours mean well, I do, but I'm telling you, God's in the heavens as my witness, that we've got nothing left to give. We can't help you. I understand. Thank you for your honesty. She may say it, but she doesn't mean it, nor would I expect her to. Her father was as stubborn as an ox too. If she's set on walking the same path, I but pray she won't follow it to the same end. Well, she took it better than I anticipated, which isn't saying much, I suppose. We should go and see if she's alright. I doubt it. Yeah. Sorry about running off like that. Alamegans terrorizing their own? I just can't accept it, you know? No matter what he thinks, they shouldn't have to put up with it day after day after day. I'm not completely naive, you know? I didn't expect them to storm the castrum with their pickaxes or shovels, or whatever it was. But nor did I expect Rakrata just to lie there in the dirt while they kicked him. I can't claim to know their pain. I barely remember this place or or even my own father's face. But I remember Ida's. I remember how scared she was when we ran, that look in her eyes when she talked about home. Her home, but not mine, is it? There you are, Lise. I've been looking all over for you. Well, you found me. Got something else to say? Aye, that I do. I said some things to you before that I shouldn't have. It wasn't my place to do so, and I'm sorry. All that rubbish I spouted about how I loved my village, but when one of ours was in need, I was cowering here with all the others. I didn't even think to go after Warkrata, but you did. Made me feel like the bloody hypocrite I am. If I truly cared for my people, I'd fight for them. So I will, if you'll have me. You're asking to join the Resistance. When you put it like that, I suppose I am. But not just me. There are others I know who have been thinking about it for a while now. There's not many of us, and we're not hardened warriors like you lot, but if your heart bleeds for Alamiga, then that's good enough for me. You and yours are more than welcome at Rauger's Reach. We got one! Thank you, sir. You won't regret this. I'll go and speak with the others and send word when we're ready. Still think this isn't your home? No, I was just thinking out loud. And with that, my friends, our mission is concluded. Let us return to the Reach. We'll turn that in a moment. Look at that, we've almost got a whole nother level just from doing story quests. And getting our butt handed to us by a bunch of rats. Oh. A sightseeing log. Ah, what are the odds? Melith is my niece, least you wonder. Thick progress. And she has told me much more about you in her letters. Ah, but where are my manners? Older Ironheart at your service. I'm an explorer like most of the clan, but my niece bade me share with you such knowledge as I have accumulated. Here, lend me your log. Let's see now. Definitely there, and there, and there, and there. Yes, that ought to suffice. You do look like the exploring type. Alright. Yes. Off and away. But welcome! Welcome, 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 welcome. Yeah, whenever you're ready to help me with Coils stuff, I'm more than happy to tackle it now. Got everything you need? Good, then let us be off. Whee. Alright, so let's see. I enjoyed this outfit a lot more than I probably should. Good glamours. We have... Is it here? No. I could not for the life of me get past Snail. Thank you for helping me. Ding, 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 ding. I was like, I don't know where to put any of these things. Here we go. I was like, this had me in anticipation, where it's just like, I don't know what we're waiting for. I don't know what's happening. She got melted. And it was that thing that kept killing me, that pillar. That moan. Excuse me? Hi. Oh. Oh. I don't need these. What's in here? Yeah. Started a mechanic. Yeah, I've noticed that. Like with the turn 3 with Avatar, there's a certain cycle to it that you couldn't exceed or pass or whatnot, or things just got fucky. Poor creature, would that you had never been born. You had surrendered your physical form and collapsed into ether, but Bahamut denied you death and imprisoned what little was left of you in an ethereal shell resembling, what I wonder, images from your memory, perhaps? His wifey? But that shell is broken now, and your primal deity seems disinclined to sustain your existence. My primal deity? I keel to no icon. What need have I to beg for the favor of such filth? I am Nael von Darnus, legatus of the 7th Legion. 8th Legion. No, a moment. My thoughts are clouded, and this body is not mine own. Could it be that you spoke the truth? Was I ensorcelled by the Lesser Moon's ancient prisoner? That will not happen again. You speak as if Bahamut no longer controlled you. That's impossible. Once a primal ensnares a mind, it cannot be freed. Unless Bahamut simply relinquished his claim, what need has he of a broken spirit bound for the ethereal realm? Then I should fall prey to the very influence I sought to purge from the land. The irony is galling. But do not assume that all of my actions were chosen for me. It was my will that the Meteor Project be resurrected, mine and none other. Yet it seems that my grand designs were destined to fail. Even the ungentle release of death was denied me. Now, please, you must tell us more of the calamity. I must know the truth of what has befallen the world, and what has become of my grandfather, Archon Louis Swa. You are Louis Swa's grandchild. The fates are generous with their cruelty. Continue on, if you would have your answers. They await you at the terminus of your path, but know that this path leads only to despair. The light of truth was ever harsh and unforgiving. Why do you say this? Grandfather will be freed once we put a stop to Bahamut's restoration, will he not? What are you not telling us? Steel yourself, child. Only unbending resolve and merciless strength can conquer what lies ahead. The weak can do naught but weep under the pall of their own misery, as did the frail child I once was. Ooh. Silence, chattering raven. Your wretched wings are broken, and you shall soar no more. My crimson moon, your brilliant sears mine eyes. I don't think she's okay. I recognize that voice, Tsumiko, but never would he say such words. Come, let us finish what we came to do. All will be put right when the final hulk lies dormant. Grandfather will be himself again, I'm sure of it. He's got a chest now, guys. Bahamut regenerates more swiftly than I had anticipated. Let us hope that disabling this coil will serve to slow the process. The display seems different, but the controls appear to mimic the mechanism we found in the Lenoskan Hulk. It shouldn't pose a problem. Tsumiko, forgive me. The moment I beheld Nael's transformation, hope wilted in my heart. I did not believe you could stand against the manifestation of Bahamut's power. For all your fabled strength and skill, I felt certain then that I was going to lose you, just as I lost my grandfather. Even he, a man for whom naught seemed impossible, was humbled before Bahamut's might. And yet, look how far we have come. It is incredible the feats of which we are capable, our boundless potential. 'Twas this capacity for greatness, I believe, that grandfather so dearly wished to protect. With all that has occurred, I have come to understand that much at least. "'Tis done. Shall we make our way back to the surface and gather our thoughts? We have seen much that will benefit from Urianger's learned perspective." Oh my god. Hello? Grandfather, it is you. Then why? Abandon this quest, Elise. I will not countenance further sabotage of the Coils. Sabotage? But we must disable the Coils if we are to prevent Bahamut's revival. Your defiance seals your fate. No. No, you are not who I thought you were. My grandfather would never. Foolish girl. How could the White Raven allow herself to be bested by such sniveling opponents? Listen well. We all exist at the pleasure of one divine will, and the word of Lord Bahamut is absolute. Grandpappy's been possessed, Elise. Scurry back into your holes, vermin. You have been granted this one reprieve, but should you be so foolish as to crawl into my lord's domain again, I will crush the life from you myself. That light in grandfather's eyes. He has suffered the same fate as Nail. My grandsire is no more. That was not but a phantom that profanes his noble memory. This mockery must be expunged. I will not rest until I see grandfather's soul from Bahamut's tyranny. Do you hear me, Bahamut? Your time is at an end. Eorzea and my family will be avenged. That's all good and well. How do I get out? There it is. Where is the exit, ma'am? Okay. Turn 3. Alice is keen to seek Urianger's learned opinion. Oh. Why are they as such? Truly, it is wonderful to escape that stifling air and return to northern Danalan again, it would appear. I must thank you, Tsumiko. Were it not for your bravery, I strongly doubt that I would be standing here now. But you need not tarry on my account. The danger is past. Go on ahead and apprise Urianger of all that has occurred. I will join you anon. My thoughts are yet unruly, and I would rest here a while. All this corrupted ether. The triumphant hero doth return. Thine I speak of the dread task's completion. The second coil now lieth dormant. Yet I sense the tidings thou bearest are not altogether glad. Pray tell me, what ill hast cast the shadow which falleth now across thy brow? What troubles you, friend? In much fewer words. An old foe and an old friend. So 'twas but the ethereal shadow of Master Louisoix that Lady Alisaie beheld, an unnatural conjuration enthralled to the elder primal. That the fiend should deign to choose him of all men, even in full knowledge of the shade's true nature, I'd be hard-pressed to weather such a confrontation. Yet what agonies must the young mistress have endured? Such torment did she ne'er deserve? Mayhap 'twere better if Lady Alisaie did absent herself from future forays unto the coils. I have come too far to surrender to grief, Oriange. My lady, I am resolved to defeat these fiends, and naught shall sway me from my path. Now let us peer more deeply into the well of our discoveries. As you wish, my lady. By your leave, I would speak first of the coil's late guardian, Nael von Darnus. Von Darnus was a legateth of the Garlean Empire who strove to bring about Eorzea's final destruction, only to fall even as the sixth sun did yet set. If thou hast heard tales of the White Raven, then it is of he whom they spoke. He, I say, for Nael was for a certainty no maid. The noble house of Anarnus, as we discovered all too late, had long safeguarded the wisdom of ancient Alag. 'Twas thus that the legatus came to learn the true nature of Dalamund, and to seek to employ the Red Moon as a weapon against Eorzea. But the Crystal Tower, and the mechanisms required to command the satellite, yet lay hidden beneath the ground, compelling Nael to construct a far less subtle mechanism. And in his first faltering attempts to communicate with Dalamund, he did likely rouse the satellite's slumbering prisoner. Thenceforth did the White Raven's soul belong to Bahamut. He was fortunate indeed to acquire so powerful a thrall by chance. 'Tis little wonder he was so loath to part with him. Why let a simple thing like death deprive one of so useful a pawn? Though we may accuse him of bungling Van Darnus's resurrection, I dare say Bahamut was as content to have a handmaiden as a manservant. I only hope that the two thralls we encountered were the extent of his flock. Yet I cannot help but dwell on Nael's words, these beloved children of whom he spoke. I assumed at first that he referred to the moon's beastly guardians, but should Bahamut have enslaved other mortals, we must needs remove his source of worship. Otherwise, our efforts to disable the coil shall be for naught. Forgive me mine indelicacy, my lady. Thou art wise indeed to speak of expunging the primal's thralls, but canst thou truly pursue a course which would cost thee thine own grandsire? My heart and mind are as one on this matter. Grandfather's salvation can be won but by a single method, the destruction of Bahamut, and aught that might serve to sustain him. Timiko, while Urianger and I endeavor to ascertain the existence of any further thralls, I suggest you grant yourself a moment's respite. Rest assured that I will contact you the moment I have need of your inimitable talents. That we have achieved so much I owe to you. I fear, however, that our trials have barely begun. Though time had dulled the pain of thy passing, I find that I am wounded afresh. Master Louisoix, what good shall come of this unending search for knowledge and truth? Long have I believed the pursuit of such treasures to be the duty of every true Charlatan. Yet when each new revelation serveth only to heap further anguish upon those whom we would fain protect, must we truly reach for more? So you have found your resolve, dear sister. Will you now find a use for the secret? For the key that only you and I hold? Given our familial propensity for curiosity, you would do well to remember that keys may serve to seal doors as well as unlock them. And Bahamut is a most unwelcome guest to whom the door should never have been opened. What kind of key, I wonder? Man is wont to cast light wheresoever secrets lie hid in darkness. Though that which he illuminateth seldom bringeth him joy, so it is with such unhappy truths that Bahamut's immense shadow doth conceal. Yet ever onward forges Mistress Alize, undeterred by the burden of knowledge that weigheth heavy upon her heart. 'Tis a perilous path that she hath chosen, and a painful one. I prithee, Tsumiko, remain by her side as her vigilant blade, that she might see her quest to its conclusion. Tsumiko, it is well that you are here. My lady, how might I serve you this day? I have met with some difficulty on my mission, Oriange, and I should be grateful for your counsel. But as you know, Bahamut's physical form is regenerating beneath the Cartano Flats even as we speak. If we are to prevent his return, we must needs disable the 2 remaining internment hulks that sustain him. Every moment our mission is delayed, the realm is pushed closer to the brink of destruction. Alas, though I have determined the locations of the fragments of Dalamont leading to the hulks, I have been unable to find a way to enter them. And gaining admittance is but the first step to your perilous undertaking. When thou descendeth unto Bahamut's subterranean fastness, thou didst discover, that didst thou not, that the dread primal had bound the shade of Nail von Darnus unto his will. And though thou didst consign the fallen legatus to blessed oblivion, thou mayst recall that the piteous wretch was not alone. Doubt not that but Bahamut's other thralls shall seek to hinder thy passage. You can say his name, Oriange. I have not forgotten that my grandfather is waiting for us. My lady, I would remind you, as I must often remind myself, that the man whom we both loved and revered is no more. What remaineth is but a shade which defileth his memory. The vile verbiage that spilleth from his lips must not be heeded, for it cometh not from your grandsire, but from Bahamut himself. You need not worry, Oriange. Come what may, I will not stray from my course. I will not let grandfather's sacrifice be in vain. But mere words will not take us whither we must go. As I said, I have been unable to find a way to enter the fragments of Dalamund. My lady, might I suggest that you visit the fragments again in Tsumiko's company? Full oft hath the warrior of light set events in motion by virtue of her presence alone. 'Tis possible that she may do so again. I, the while, shall search the answers of mine own. By your efforts combined, full sure am I that the paths shall be revealed to us ere long. Were it anyone else, I would question the wisdom of such advice, yet I cannot deny that what you say about Tsumiko is true. Very well, I shall do as you suggest. Assuming you have no objections, of course. Good. Now we may seek entry to 2 fragments of Dalamund. One lies in the Burning Wall in eastern Thanalan, and the other in the Singing Shards in Mordona. I left an assistant in each location with instructions to continue searching for a means of ingress. It is not impossible that they could since have found something useful to us. Let us begin by visiting my man at the Burning Wall. Dex, I think it was. She pretends as though she wouldn't remember the name of her peoples, but I'm sure she does. Drake. Wiggly boy. Her manservant? I say, are you not Mistress Shikami, my lady's most faithful champion? Thinis, madam, at your service. And may I say what an honor it is to meet you. So it's not Dex, it's Thinis. How goes the survey, Dex? Ahem, my lady. Shames me to say that I have found no viable path to the fragment. Though it stands there before our very eyes, the way thither has thus far proven impassable. When the fragment fell and pierced the land, it caused a prodigious amount of ether to spew forth. 'Twas this that gave rise to the land's twisted lay, which seems destined to thwart our efforts. Even were an opening to exist, I fear that we would struggle to reach it. We cannot give up. Keep trying. So near and yet so far. Well, it avails us not to stand here and stare at the thing. Let us go away to Mordona and try the other fragment. Perhaps Thinis has fared better. Upon that note, my lady, there's something I must tell you. I'm sorry to report that I long lost contact with my brother just over a bell ago. As you know, the Singing Shards are home to many fell creatures, ogres among them. While I do not wish to cause you undue alarm, I fear something unspeakable may have happened to Dex. She gets their names mixed up. Well, what? Why didn't you give me strength? I must hurry to my assistant's aid, Sumiko. So that's Thinis and the other one's Dex. Kitty! She's my baby. Can I get over? No, why? It's right there. Okay. Shush. That is a lot of ether. Oh boy. That heals. Thank you, adventurer. For a moment there, I feared that my bones were to be ground up and used to bake bread. I am relieved to see that you were unharmed. It was wrong of me to press such a dangerous task upon you. Not my lady. Your worries are wasted on me. It was nothing at all, I assure you. If it please you, I shall report on my findings. As you can see, though the tip of the fragment is exposed, the rest is encased in a rock of crystal, rendering it impossible to enter the structure. We may try excavating the area around the fragment, but that is like to take time, and there really is no telling how deep we may need to dig before we find a suitable point of ingress. As such, I am forced to conclude that gaining entry to this fragment is unrealistic. Forgive me, my lady. And found it. We are losing precious time. What are we to do now? 'Tis I, Oriange. Glad tidings I have for thee and my lady. For a blessing a way hath been found by which thou mayst enter the remaining fragments of Delamond. Pray escort Mistress Alisaie to the cerulean processing plant in northern Vanillin. There, all shall be made clear. Oriange has found a way? Then we must go to him at once. Find your way home safely, Dex. Mine apologies for summoning you thus from afar, my lady, but 'tis here that our journey may finally begin. I did wonder. To my knowledge, there are no fragments in northern Thanalan. Nor are you mistaken, my lady. Yet a pathway doth exist, one which you yourself have made use of in the past. At the conclusion of your several forays into the binding coil, 'twas at the crystal formation which lies to the north of this place that you did emerge, was it not? Yes, an ethereal stream bore us back to the surface. That much I had surmised. Why are you suggesting that we use it to return underground? Are you suggesting? And even if that were possible, would it not simply bear us back to those places which we had already explored? It need not, my lady. Pray allow me to explain. Upon the evidence of your experience, it seemeth plain that two internment hulks may share the selfsame ethereal egress. From this, we did infer that others may be connected in likewise. Thus did we labor long to verify the existence of further tributaries to the selfsame stream, in which task we were at length successful. 'Twas then but a matter of arriving at a solution to the problem of traveling to an unattuned destination. That one might search what we may call the headwater, we propose to employ a modified aetheryte which serveth to amplify such ripples as do originate from said source. By focusing one's essence upon these ripples, it should be possible to make the journey, yet be fairly warned, my lady. As with all untried modes of ethereal travel, this method entails considerable danger. Merely to attempt the voyage could cost you your life. That is a risk I'm willing to take. You are brilliant, Oriange. But I am curious. Did you have assistance in forming this plan? I could not have helped noticing your repeated use of the word we, unless we have taken to using the majestic plural in our absence. Ahem. Nay, my lady, as you have correctly surmised, I was not alone in this endeavor. Meaning there are others who are aware of our mission? Well, I cannot be helped now. Preventing Bahamut's return is what matters. If some secrecy must be sacrificed to achieve our goals, then so be it. The majestic we. So that must be the modified aetheryte. But what are the immortal flames doing here? Those men may be sworn flames of Ul'dah, but they are first and foremost faithful retainers of House Levieur. Elphino, so it was you who was helping Oriange. Who else could it have been, dear sister? Lest you worry, I have no intention of making the details of your adventure public. Like you, I would prefer to avoid causing a panic. But given that which is at stake, namely the survival of the realm, one must be willing to accept help when it is offered. Would you not agree? At the very least, do not be cross with Oriange. 'Twas at my behest that he would kept silent. We will speak later. Pray forgive me, my lady, but knowing full well your intent, I judged it meet that Master Elphino be informed. Though your grandsire hath become Bahamut's thrall, his noble blood courseth yet through both your veins. and if he must needs be struck down. Do you hear that, Alphino? I mean to strike down Grandfather. When I have done so, I will banish Bahamut to Ether. Nothing you say will sway me from my course. I will protect Eorzea, and I will uphold Grandfather's legacy. Grandfather's legacy? So you still do not know what you yourself desire? Your actions are still driven by borrowed resolve. Borrowed resolve? What does that have to do with anything? Protecting Eorzea was Grandfather's goal, and we made it ours, both of us. That is why we came here, unless you have forgotten. Gods forbid I should ever forget, Alize, but you misunderstand. I do not question your resolve, only once it came. If it were your own, you would be able to tell me precisely why you desire so fervently to protect Eorzea. Yet you cannot, and it is not your resolve, but Grandfather's. You may struggle to see the difference, but borrowed resolve shall never be as strong as that which springs from within. Let us speak of this another time. For now, preventing Bahamut's return is all that matters. To be plain, I have no objection to striking down whatever is left of Grandfather. Know, however, that I will be accompanying you this time. As a son of House Levior, I would be present for his final moments. Very well, you may join us. On one condition. I make the decisions. If it please, milady, the name's Erkenrad. Our preparations are just about complete. When you're ready to embark on your mission, just give me the word. I'll be waiting for you at the cerulean processing plant. Pay no heed to my brother. You can rely on me. We have come far together, you and I, and together we shall see our journey to its end. I'm the important one. Me. I call the shots. I can fly here. This feels so good. I have been waiting for you, Mr. Shikomi. I'm pleased to say that the Aetheryte's primed and ready. As you know, the remaining internment hulks are connected to the fragments of Eastern Thanaland and Mordona. It's to the former that we'll be sending you first. Now, you'll be starting inside the hulk, meaning you won't have to cover so much ground. The drawback being that you'll be fighting for your life from the moment you get there. Best be prepared for anything, for milady's sake, if not your own. That's about all I can tell you. When your preparations are in order, just give me the word and I'll send you on your way. I may even throw in a prayer for your speedy return, just to be on the safe side. Thank you, I think. Are you ready, noob, for some more? I apologize if you're not. We're gonna start with 1. Let's do this. I'm actually excited to finish this. Fresh content. New things for me. Yay. Oh, why are there so many spikes? Hello? Oh, yeah, no, it's all good. So this is how it looks on the inside. The internment hulk still functions. The teleportation was a success. We are come to the right place. There is no telling how much further Bahamut has regenerated since we last beheld him. Let us make haste to the main bridge and deactivate the coil. There are receptacles similar to these in the previous Hulk. Those held chimerical beasts, but only the elegants know what other abominations may be sleeping within. They may well be part of Dalamun's internal defenses. We must stay on our guard at all times. So I'm just here. I'm along for the ride. Huzzah! Oops, that's not what I meant. He is gone. I wasn't doing anything. Sounds so ghastly. What are those on the sides? Dragon? Oh, they're dragons. His children. What are you? A coral? That is an ugly ass coral. Why is he invulnerable? What is he doing? Hello? Are you okay? Do you reside? He requires no help. Yeah, I don't need either of those. Any of those. That's a lot of dragons, though. By the 12. Dragons, and so many. Oop. We were aware that the Allagans possess the means to control the creatures, but to imprison them thus is barbaric. I would not wish such a fate upon my worst enemy. 'Tis plain that no love was lost between the Allagans and the dragons, but was it truly necessary to keep so great a number here? Dalaman did not want for defenses. This we have experienced firsthand. Such guardians as the Allagans created, both living and unliving, were surely no less capable of repelling intruders than these poor creatures. Tell me something, Alize. Have you not managed to determine by whose will Bahamut exists? No, I have not. At first I had assumed that Bahamut had no people of his own, that the Allagans had perhaps discovered a way to simulate prayer itself. However, Nail's words gave me cause to reconsider, specifically the Shade's mention of Bahamut's beloved children. From that I inferred that the Primal is given form by the will of worshippers whom we had yet to... Oh. God strike me down for a blind fool. Bahamut's beloved children, right before my very eyes. How could I be so stupid? Who else but the dragons of El would summon Bahamut? Who else but they could sustain him? And to think I wondered why the Allagans kept them imprisoned here. Even should the flame of Bahamut's life go out, his faithful children would summon him back. For this reason, the Allagan Empire kept an army of dragons here in a perpetual state of duress, that they might sustain the Primal's existence. Truly, the Allagans' ingenuity knew no bounds, but neither did their cruelty. Small wonder that Bahamut was so enraged. Let no one deny that it was man who sowed the seeds of the calamity. Will you now turn your hatred towards your own kind, dear sister? Do not patronize me, Alphino. I merely acknowledged our guilt. Lest you be in any doubt, I have no intention of allowing Bahamut to lay the world to waste, regardless of the atrocities the Allagans committed against his kind. We have no choice but to eliminate all who worship him, be they his children or his thralls. It seems reasonable to assume that the system responsible for the Primal's regeneration is also responsible for sustaining the captive dragons. If we disable it, all should perish. Let us press on. Okay. And if you need more time between things, let me know and I can slow down. Regeneration grid. 608... No, 6,800. Oh. What way do we go? Does it matter? Oh my god. I'm going places. I don't know where I'm going, but I'm going. Ooh. Oh. So one stands here and one stands here? I got it. I got you. So what would happen if you only had one person? Oh. I see. Oh. Okay. Oh, to get to the other side? Is this like another little diamond inside diamond? Was this only ever a 4-man raid? Eight-man raid. I thought so. It's like, it would make sense if you could evenly split the party to get this done. Got rubber banded into place. This looks very spindly. I don't like it. What are you? DPS fast, got it. Oh shit. Was I not supposed to be in there? I'm so sorry. You got this. My hero. Yay. No self, I end up doing this again. Don't stand in the circle. We did it. We can't. Okay. Yeah. I would imagine this whole thing seems really difficult, but I was told that it was supposed to be like extremes before extremes were a thing, so that kind of makes sense. Why, this looks like a model of Dalamund, yes. That's what I thought, like a little mini Dalamund inside a Dalamund. For millennia, Bahamut must have gazed at this unchanging view. Trapped inside a prison that was scarcely large enough to contain him, unable to move, denied the release of death. How his hatred for man must have burned. And that hatred found an ideal vessel in Nail von Darnus. In many ways, Bahamut is to be pitied, not loathed. But knowing the true extent of his fury, I am more convinced than ever of the necessity of our endeavor. He is much like his brother Nidhogg. Endless fury. Besides, he is not the only soul that cries out for vengeance. Just being a little drama. Little drama queen. Next is turn 3. Almost there. Turn 3? What's wrong with turn 3? It's okay. We'll get it.
Gods, he is almost whole again.
His size is staggering. I can scarce imagine how Grandfather stood against such a monstrosity.
This cannot be allowed to proceed any further. Let us disable the coil and move on.
We got this one and one more.
Grandfather? No, that man is dead. I will not dishonor my beloved grandsire's memory by calling you such.
Good girl.
You are but his twisted shape, the thrall of a mad primal.
You were foolish to disregard my warning, child. Are you so convinced of your own righteousness?
Yeah.
'Tis the rightness of our path that led us to return. Eorzea will never be safe whilst Bahamut remains to threaten all we hold dear. What of the hero who gave his life in defense of the realm? Do you truly dispute the justice of our cause?
Yeah.
My poor, ignorant grandchildren. Your world is shaped by norms listen, and I will speak to you of justice. 'Twas in the twilight of the Third Astral Era. The southern land of Mericidia suffered invasion at the hands of the Alagon Empire. With no atrocity too depraved for their purpose, the forces of Alec were unstoppable in their advance. Desperate for salvation, the dragons prayed to one of their first brood, to their ancestor Bahamut. Infused by the power of their fervent supplications, Bahamut arose from the abyss of death and took wing as the Mericidians' newborn god. Yet this great miracle would only serve to further the maniacal designs of the dragon's imperial conquerors. The cruel fetters which bind my lord stand testament to the Alagon's boundless greed and hubris. I once summoned the 12 in an attempt to forestall the advent of the 7th Umbral Era. What then did the dragons of Mericidia do that I did not? Wherefore are they accursed and I exalted? 'Tis man's overweening belief in his own primacy that blinds him to the commonness of his condition and the truth of his own tyranny. As long as man is suffered to remain, the dragons shall never be at peace. Only when the plague of people has been expunged shall the children of Lord Bahamut be free. Then shall the world know true justice.
Stop it! Grandfather would never say such things. His belief that people were worth saving never faltered. He had faith in their strength, that they could stand together and push back against the darkness seeking to shape them.
A false hope. 'Tis folly to place one's faith in so flawed a race.
I like his voice actor.
Stand together? Huh. They would first need to agree on which direction to face. If history teaches us anything, it is that man cannot find common ground between his own 2 feet. Even you, twins, whose veins run with the same blood, struggle to fathom each other's reasoning. You hide your differing agendas behind the convenient banner of Eorzea's salvation. Given your obvious self-interest, can you truly claim no kinship with the Alagon? And though I hope they might bring you closer, 'twould seem that the twin grimoires I bestowed upon you were a wasted gesture.
There may well be truth in your judgment of Alize and me, but such a one-sided tirade bemoaning the evils of man rings false, coming from the lips of Archon Nuiswa. Tell me, do you champion the cause of dragons because Bahamut compels you as his thrall? Or is it because you yourself have transcended the limits of man's existence?
Ah, so the possibility did not escape your notice. What I prayed for, and what I have become. These are the keys that unlock the truth behind Eorzea's rebirth. If you would have them, then you must needs take them by force. Come, rend this divine form asunder and claim your answers.
We're not cooked. He's the bird.
I know, but you must accept it. That entity is no phantom or imposter. It is our beloved grandsire.
He's the bird. He'll be cooked in the end.
For his sake and for ours, you must defeat our grandfather.
You got it, Chief. I got I got you. Me and my paltry little healer damage. I don't know what I step away for and what I don't. Oh. Oops. Then no. I think we skipped a phase. Or 3. See? Roasted bird. We eating good today. All I saw was Fountain of Fire, and I was like, ah, shit.
Grandfather is truly gone this time. But better it end this way than the alternative.
We have received a key.
Alice, my dear, sweet granddaughter.
Grandfather?
I must thank you, warrior of light. Without your valor, I might never have broken free of Bahamut's control. These last few moments are mine, to live as the man I once was.
This is all that I wanted. Yet, now that it is happening, I find myself struggling to believe it. Is it really you?
Grandfather, pray forgive me my insolence. It was not my intent to demean you.
You did what you had to.
I am proud of you, child. You were wise enough to deduce the manner of creature I had become.
No. No, I have not.
Alfino, Alize, if any here should beg forgiveness.
I've not seen
It
any
is
of these cutscenes.
grandfather, I must ask, will you not tell us what befell during the calamity?
Yes, yes, of course. You have come far to hear the truth.
When I did these the first time around,
Let us then begin the tale at the Battle of Cartano, where clashed
we just kind of
forces
skipped
of
all the cutscenes and went through the content so that it could just be done. So I never got to watch the cutscenes.
'Twas there in the sky above the surging armies that the elder primal Bahamut broke free of the Red Moon Dalamut. In an effort to contain this avatar of destruction, I called upon the 12 to aid me in the creation of a prison of ether. But Bahamut would not be caged by such feeble bars. Too vast was his might, too fierce his rage. Little choice remained to me. I used the last of my strength to entrust our hope unto the future, and prepared to meet my end.
It's Mama. Mama said, nah, bitch, you don't die today. I got something left for you. Grandpa the MVP.
As you have no doubt surmised, I did not perish. When the cage built from the essences of the 12 was destroyed, the sky was filled with a colossal cloud of ether. This drifting energy responded to the prayers of those fighting below, and to my own desperate wish that the dying realm be saved by infusing me with the power of a primal. I became the immortal phoenix, ancient symbol of rebirth. Rising into the sky, I struck Bahamut with all my newfound strength, The blow shattered his earthly form, and a shower of ether rained down upon the land. Thus began the rejuvenation of Eorzea. Believing the deed done, I relinquished my hold on that staggering energy, desirous that it should be returned to the realm without delay. But I had not reckoned on Bahamut's tenacious will. Even as he teetered upon the cusp of oblivion, the dragon reached out to claim me. Alas, within my fast fading form, enough remained of the Phoenix's energy to offer Bahamut a hold, and he dragged me along in his wake.
How dare he?
And thus began your existence as the Elder Primal's thrall.
I cannot help but wonder at his will to survive. Though he was all but obliterated, Bahamut found a way to seize the power you surrendered. That would explain why part of his physical form survived to be entombed underground.
It would also explain why Eorzea was so terribly warped. Even as the land sought to restore itself, the returning flow of ether was cut off.
Very good. When his grip on existence was once again secured, Bahamut did not cease his feast until he had consumed every last mote of ether that yet floated in the air.
And still he was not fully restored.
You must remember that by this time, much of the freed ether had already returned to the land. That which remained was not sufficient to reconstruct so massive a form in its entirety. But there did not need to be, not for a being sustained by the marvels of Allagan technology. As long as some piece of Bahamut persists, the Coils will seek it out and continue their regenerative task.
He ain't got no legs, though.
The fragments of Dalamud appear motionless from the surface, but deep beneath the ground, they had been searching, tunneling through rock and soil towards their escaped prisoner. And, as you have observed for yourselves, they found his heart. Warrior of Light, heed me. You must put a stop to Bahamut's regeneration. Whether it be for man or for dragonkind, the question of justice is irrelevant. The Elder Primal will leave naught but a smoldering wasteland for both his children and ours. I beg you to defend Eorzea and guide its people to the future they yet struggle to find. This portal will take you to the final internment hulk. 'Tis time for the tale of Bahamut and his part in the calamity to come to an end. Alvino, Alize, pray, come closer. Your hopes and dreams must no longer be an extension of mine. You must needs find your own reason to fight for this realm, your own meaning in this sea of chaos. Will you do that for me?
Of course, Grandfather. I have already made it my mission to see this newborn Eorzea survive and flourish.
Alize, while I was yet enthralled to Bahamut, you spoke of my faith in man's strength. Know that your words reached me, imprisoned though my soul still was. So forceful was your conviction, I wonder if that belief has not become your own. Perhaps, after all your anger and sorrow was spent, you found something greater within you. See this fight to its culmination. 'Tis also your strength, in which I have faith.
You and many others, my friend.
Thank you for everything. Pray, take your rest, Grandfather. You deserve it.
There are records of an art that allowed one to summon the power of a primal from the essence of its demise. And though I am no true primal, all that I have left, I give to you. Alfino, Alize, my darling grandchildren. May light's blessings ever keep and protect you.
Business time.
Come, Warrior of Light. Our task remains undone.
I know it's because I switched her voice actor, but she sounds so young here.
Last one. Last one.
Something I've been wanting to finish since starting a new character. A new Warrior of Light. Oh, I'm sorry. I don't think I can back out. If you can decline? Okay. Let me know when you're ready. Okay. Once more, into the void. We got ourselves a dragon to beat up. And he's only half the size. 'Cause he ain't got no legs. The Burning Heart. Now we end this madness. Look at them
Was a
wings,
long and
though.
arduous road, but at last we reach its end. Farewell, Bahamut. I banish you back to the ether.
He's like, no, you ain't.
make him capable?
Just because he ain't got no legs don't mean he can't use magic. Well.
Alize! Alize!
You're a little fried, my friend.
I had thought it finally over.
Yeah.
Will not survive another blast. No. Is this how I honor my promise to grandfather?
You must needs find your own reason to fight for this realm. Your own meaning in this sea of chaos. Will you do that for me?
Yes, Grandpapa. Anything for you.
I will, grandfather. In fact, I believe I already have. That reason has been with me all along, guiding me. Eorzea's blade of light, shearing through endless shrouds of darkness. I have been shown the miraculous feats of which we are all capable, of which I am capable. Bahamut, you have wreaked enough havoc. I will not let your wrathful fires consume all that we know and love.
If you could quit monologuing for a moment.
How long I have waited to hear you say that. You have found your resolve at last. Let me join my strength to yours. In this place, in this moment, our purpose has become one.
Oh no, your books. Has become book singular.
For the future of Eorzea!
Book progress.
This last task is yours, Warrior of Light. You must destroy Bahamut's crystal core.
Yes. Warrior of Light and friend and company. When they're supposed to be 8. And then there's just 2. Just 2. Two badass warriors of light is all it will take. Nah, man, you ain't got no legs. Yeah. Excuse me? Who do you think you are? Giga Flare. Not the creepy voice. Oh, oh dear. Oh no. Oh no. Close. We did it. You've got so much health, my friend. He just palpitated off the ground. Where'd he go? Hello? No. Hello? I feel kind of bad. They didn't even stand a chance. When you move faster than the game can comprehend. Are you gonna fight us? Bahamut, run. Oh shit. Yay! Out of a bind. Yeah. Get got. We've crippled him yet again. Four. Some would question if that's a good thing or a bad thing. what to do with these tombstones, though. It's like maybe glimmer stuff if it's nice enough.
You did it!
I did. That scene's running. I will be right back.
But one task remains. With this last coil disabled, there shall be naught left to bind Bahamut to this world. His beloved children will finally know peace.
What is it? Dead crystal. It's a pretty color, so. I'm not gonna lie. I think purple and red with like a little bit of blue in there is a very pretty color combo.
"'Tis done. He is truly gone." You knew, didn't you? You knew what Grandfather had become.
I was not certain, but from all I had gleaned, it seemed a distinct possibility. The scene people describe of the Battle of Cartano was one of unimaginable devastation, and 'tis through the combined prayers of the desperate and an abundant source of ether that primals are born. I merely put two and two together.
He is the brainier of the bunch.
And you consider that a sufficient explanation? Well, however you stumbled across your theory, 'twas this revelation that made you wary of my attachment to Grandfather. You feared that in my obsession, I would fall under his primal sway. Is that why you decided to join us? To pull me back should I show signs of wavering?
Pray forgive me, sister. I wished only to protect you. Yet I see now that I needn't have doubted the strength of your conviction. May I ask you a question? What do you now intend to do with the truth you have uncovered?
My crunchy chair.
Which particular truth was that, brother? The fact that desperate prayer gave rise to the primal phoenix? That this new god was responsible for setting Eorzea on the path to rebirth? Should such a tale become common knowledge, people would soon offer up their prayers in earnest. They would beseech Phoenix to complete the healing that was begun.
Yet as you and I know all too well, the very act of calling forth this savior would do more harm to the land than good. We cannot encourage such worship for this very reason. Were Grandfather forced to return as an ether-draining primal, it would undo all that he had worked to protect. Your abiding love for him was the key that unlocked the truth of the calamity. But keys may also serve to seal doors that were best left unopened. Let your love now guide your actions, and lock away deep inside the fate of both Grandfather and Bahamut.
Fear not, Alfino. I understand what must be done. The realm need not know the truth for it to be saved. That the Elder Primal is banished, to return no more. That is enough. Let us make our way back to the surface. Poor Oriange must be beside himself with worry.
Huzzah! And here we are again. After that descent into darkness, the desolation of northern Thanalan seems paradisal. As promised, I shan't reveal the truth of the calamity to a single soul. However, the nations of Eorzea will require certain assurances that the threat of a new primal is gone. Kept in the dark over long, 'tis only a matter of time before they seek answers of their own accord. Let us recommend that the fragments of Dalamund are sealed off, that the truth may rest undisturbed. But first we must go and report to Oriange. It would not do to keep him in suspense. I dare say we shall find him pacing up and down at the ceruleum processing plant. The way he just looked at me. It's so aggressive. The warrior of light returneth undimmed from the dark depths of darkness. By thy triumphant bearing, I take it thou hast succeeded in thy mission, and yet thou art alone. Mistake me not, dear friend, for glad am I of thy safe return, but where, pray, are Master Alphinaud and Mistress Alisaie? They got a little dirty. They fell down, I'm sorry. Here, my friend, forgive us our lateness, we took the scenic route. Ugh, savage. Ew. But there's mounts that you get from Savage, isn't there? Maybe after I've leveled up some more. Here, my friend. Okay. Bahamut is no more. The realm is safe. By the heavens, look at you! Like I said, they just fell down. It's okay. What horrors your young eyes must have seen. What suffering your young bodies must have borne. Pray tell me, where are you hurt? Your wounds must needs be cleansed and dressed at once. I shall make for you a poultice which draweth out. Be at ease, my friend. We are hale and whole, I assure you. We took a few tumbles, but the worst of our hurts are healed. I believe we have Grandfather to thank for that. Master Louisoix, then you met with him once more? But wherefore should Bahamut's thrall seek to ease your suffering? I promise to reveal all to you in due course, dear friend, but first, there's a matter which requires our immediate attention. Now that Bahamut is defeated, we deem it best to bar any entry to the fragments of Dalamund. To this end, we will convince the nation's leaders that the danger is past and invite their cooperation in ensuring that the fragments are never again disturbed. Come, let us depart and seek an audience with them forthwith. A moment, sister. You need not burden yourself with this task. Oriange and I will more than suffice. Might you not take this opportunity to rest? The gods know you have earned it. I am fine, brother. Besides, you have been through as much as I have. Oh, I see now. You would play your game of diplomacy and wish me out of the way. No, naught could be further from the truth, Alize. My lady, 'tis mine earnest belief that your brother hath your best interest at heart. You have more than done your part, and he desireth but to relieve you of a burden he might easily bear alone. I have some experience treating with dignitaries, you must allow, and as you never fail to remind me of my fondness for diplomacy, I feel it only right that I remind you of your aversion to it. That pout. Then it is settled. Oriange, pray make arrangements for a chocobo carriage. The ride should give us ample time to prepare our story. Alpha, no. Though our paths are different, we share the same goal, do we not? But of course, dear sister, that which we have just achieved together stands as testament to that fact. Whatever path we choose to take, our heart shall ever lead us out to the same end. Of that I am certain. Thank you. There's a place that I would visit. Might I ask you to accompany me? But first, I do believe a change of garments is in order. It won't take a moment. The landscape is the same. Of course, there's no reason that it would be otherwise. Though it would be poetic for the fragments to magically disappear, I am well aware that they shall remain long after you and I are gone. Is that a child laughing? The world may change irrevocably, but life shall ever go on. Let us take a closer look, shall we? I have no doubt that Athena will do an admirable job concealing the truth of the calamity. And such truths as were revealed in those dark depths will never see the light of day. I myself agreed it must be so. But the thought that the people of Eorzea shall forever remain ignorant of their savior, of your deeds, the injustice of it is almost too much for me to bear. I'm fine with it. How typical of you, Tsumiko. Ever the heroine? Even so, I cannot deny that I feel better for your reassurance. But I want you to know that I will never forget. You are the one who freed Grandfather Sol and saved Eorzea from Bahamut's wrath. And though these great deeds will never be remembered in song, their consequences will be felt forevermore by every soul who calls this realm home. Almost got a penny shot. Yes, this spot will do. For Grandfather, Nail, and the dragons of Mericidia, for all those who were taken by the calamity. At long last, our struggle with Bahamut is over. The realm, given new life through the prayers and sacrifices of countless souls, may look to a brighter tomorrow. When the dust of our adventure has settled, I shall embark on a journey. I mean to find my own reason to fight for Eorzea. When I do, I will fight with all my being. You have done so much for me, Tsumiko. One day, I hope to be able to repay you in kind. I have no doubt but that you will continue to help those in need, and grow ever stronger in doing so. I shall endeavor to do the same, and if the 12 are kind, I hope one day to become Eorzea's sword in the darkness, as you are. Come what may, you may rest assured that I will not be outdone by Elfino. You got this! When next we meet, I promise I will not disappoint you. Till that day, fare you well, my friend, and thank you from the bottom of my heart. Not such a bittersweet end. I'm so happy though. And thank you, Noob, for joining me on this fine adventure. Lord knows I could not have done it without you. Hey, why are you so far? We finished Coils! And this does add quite a bit of depth to Alize's character, whereas before it was like, oh yes, we should have maybe done this thing together, and yet I, the player, I the person, do not have any idea what that thing was. The sword of Light, piercing the darkness. don't understand. But now it makes more sense. Especially why she went with Red Mage. Why Red Mage specifically? That part is kind of like, eh. Just promotion for new material, but it's like, she got the Sword of Light. It's also magic. Like, you know? I need to go around this rock. They were trying so hard with this Magitech. Yeah. And then we come back and find her here. Look at that. I forgot about the hat. Quiet! Hear that? That was a cerulean engine backfiring. Imperials. Ye gods, you have freed our natural senses. I didn't hear a thing. When you grow up hunting in these lands, you learn to discern the sounds that could mean life and death, be they of a predator or a patrol. From what I'm hearing, we have a 7-man patrol augmented with a single Magitech armor. Wide search pattern divided into 3 teams. I don't think they know we're here. It's risky, but we should split up and try and take them all by surprise at the same time. We don't want them calling for reinforcements. 3 teams, 3 of us. Nothing for it then. Were they ready? Where are they? Head north. You should see them long before they see you. I'll deal with the ones to the south. The armor should be just to the west. Timiko's best equipped to deal with that. We attack in 5. That should be enough time to get into position. Rendezvous on the west bank after. Any questions? No? Then good luck. Go make me deal with the magic attack. Don't see me. You don't see me either. Go away. There's stuff and things everywhere. Oh, shoot. My rootin' tootin' hat. Ooh. You better believe I got it. No? No, thank you. I'm not interested. You know what he said? Looks like everything went to plan. Not that I'm surprised. The 3 soldiers I faced didn't put up much of a fight. Most of the Imperials we get out here are conscripts from other provinces with little training and even less conviction. It's grim work killing men and women like that, but don't doubt that they'd do the same to you if the roles were reversed. And don't you dare pity a man in armor. Conscript or no, a soldier piloting one of those can kill a dozen good men in the blink of an eye. Not that I need to tell you that after what happened at the wall. That's also kind of cute, though. Nah, I'm getting some gear. Right, I believe we've rested long enough. We should have resumed our journey before someone notices their missing patrols. Gator, don't see me. Last bit's gonna be a main story push, yeah. Girl. Girl. We're clear. Only Alliance patrols ahead. You said the forces at Castramarians were under the command of Flame General Ralban Alden, did you not? By Relger, the Bull of Alamigo himself. I never dreamed I'd have a chance to meet the legend. Well, now you do. Yeah, no, you do what you gotta do. I appreciate you very, very much. Where am I going? Hello? Not seen. I'm not here. I am not here. Yo, my dude. What is up? Imagine a warrior voice that talked like that.
It is good to see you again, my friends. I hope you are here to tell me you have made contact with the Resistance.
We are, General. Allow me to introduce Monago of Rolga's Reach.
At your service, sir. And may I say what an absolute honor it is to stand before the Bull of Alamigo.
These are not the Blood Sands, girl. You and I are but soldiers on a battlefield fighting for the same cause.
As you say, General. On behalf of Commander Kemp of the Alamigan Resistance, I present to you our formal response.
He has some massive hands compared to her.
Good. I'm glad we've reached an accord. Though I was not aware you had suffered such losses.
Aye. Some of our finest took part in the Griffin's doomed assault, and we've been struggling to find new recruits ever since. The massacres cast a pall over the whole Resistance, and many who might once have been open to joining us have since thought better of it.
After all of the Griffin's false promises, one can hardly blame them. They have no desire to give their lives for a lost cause.
We will not lie to them. This is war, and lives will be lost. Yet what we offer is not the fever dream of a madman, but true hope.
The people need proof of this, Father. Let us show it to them. I say we stand shoulder to shoulder with our new allies and engage the Garleans in open warfare. The Resistance must demonstrate that they can hold their own against Imperial regulars. And with our assistance, I am confident they can do just that. If we can achieve even a token victory, I believe it will serve to rekindle the hope of the Alamigan people and inspire them to rise up once more.
Aye. Aye. Once word spread that we'd won a battle against the Garleans, I'd wager we'd have new recruits flocking to us from malms around. The question is, when and where do we strike?
I'm glad you asked. I have a plan.
He's got brains, that Pippin. Our scouts recently informed me of an interesting development at Castellium Velladina, namely the arrival of a shipment rumored to have come from the research and development facility near the capital, containing prototype Magitech armor. It is our assessment that this armor is to be field tested here, most likely against Alliance forces, mayhap before the day is out. Damn it all, more Magitech weapons. That's the last thing we need. Your concern is not unwarranted, but we needn't despair just yet. The shipment is thought to have contained a single heavy unit and 1 or 2 support units. With a well-laid ambush, we are confident we can destroy them all, hindering their development and delaying further deployment. And should we carry this out as a joint endeavor with the Resistance, they will have their rallying cry. It would mean dropping all pretense about the Alliance not wanting to go to war with the Empire, but you'd have a lot more folk willing to stand up and fight for... There's no "for" in there. Willing to stand up and fight if they knew they weren't alone. And you are going to have to do it eventually anyway. Exactly. And so what I propose is simple. We harry their patrols to bait them into bringing their prototype weapons to East End, where our Resistance allies will take them from behind. Simple indeed, and well within our capabilities. I see no reason to delay, especially if a field test is imminent. What say you? Assuming the Vice Marshal's intelligence is accurate, I agree with his assessment and fully support his plan. I shall notify my comrades at once. Understood. I shall have one of my men bring you the details of the plan anon. And we, for our part, will be fighting with the Alliance, yes? I somehow doubt you were intending to sit this one out. Yeah? Give me a cool coat. Don't lie to me. Give me my coat. Nice. I think I missed the opportunity for the pants, but that's okay. I got me a cool coat. And a fancy hat. Stare into your soul. Excuse me, sir. That is a table, not a platform. You should not be up there. My kitty is so cute. We've been careful to avoid needless shows of force this side of the wall, but that's all about to change. When it does, you may be sure they'll send their new toys out to entertain us. I would ask you to participate in this operation, but from the look I see it is a foregone conclusion. My thanks. Per Pippin's plan, we need to turn East End into an Imperial graveyard. You're a dab hand at this, and I'd be a fool not to use you. Head to this spot on your map. Right here, a patrol should be along shortly. Deal with them, then rendezvous with the rest of us at this location. Go well, Timiko. Man, am I full glad I do not have to deal with Raubon's trial this time around. If and when that does eventually happen. Spooky music. I wish to fly. Earl. Earl kinda ugly, not gonna lie. All went to plan then. Good. Our scouts report that a unit escorting a prototype weapons has left Castellum Belladina. The resistance is already in position, so we have but to wait for our guests to arrive. It is Rabon's trial. So many people are trying to do it all at once that nobody could do it. How's this guy again?
Things looked grim for us after Cartano, didn't they? Oh, how they doubted us. Yet here we are, right as rain, with fancy new toys to put through their paces.
It looks a little dinged up.
It's like all my name days have come at once.
You won't be singing that tune here in a moment.
Well, 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 if it isn't Garland's little troublemaker. I can't wait to see the look on Xenos' face when I bring him your head.
But we're destined friends. You can't give him my head.
That is, if my secret weapons here don't grind it into mush! Attack!
Not anymore.
Get after them, damn you!
I'm trying.
dishonor!
Is that the name of his sword?
As a raging bull!
Ew, shit. Secondary reason as to why I play it here earlier is because I don't pay attention. I don't want anyone else to have to clean up after my own mess. Is he running away? He who fights and runs, what the hell are you lot? Is he a black mage? For Amigo, let none escape. Kinda toast, my dude. We shall go together. There we go. No, no, no! My secret weapon! It's a toasted weapon. Yay!
Oh, damn it all! Miracles of Magitech design, my arse! I've passed harder stools than these piles of scrap.
Ooh, that sounds painful, my dude. You should get that checked out.
You'll pay for this. Mark my words, the next time we meet will be the last.
Aye, run and tell your viceroy. The day belongs to El Amigo!
Who was the loudest one at the end? Well done, all of you. I'd call this operation a resounding success. Can't say I'm surprised. The Bull of El Amigo had an impressive military record before he went west, as I recall. Credit where it's due, Master Kemp. 'Twas Marshal Tarapin who made this plan, and all of you, the Resistance and Alliance alike, who carried it out to perfection. Aye, that they did. Not a single casualty, for which I am grateful beyond words. I have no doubt our comrades back at the Reach will feel the same, as will ours. It's been a pleasure, General. Until the next battle, Monago, I leave the Scions in your care. We shall return to the castrum then. Zimko, Master Leviar, once more you have my thanks. As Master Kemp said, until the next battle. I realize Raban can't do the full flame salute anymore. He only got one arm. Feels bad, man. I heard the stories, but to actually see you put in action, I almost found myself pitying the Imperials. Seriously, though, it was inspirational. But you must be tired of hearing that, eh? I'll keep it simple then. Thanks for the help out there. Let me switch to... Look at that beast of a sword. That one's even worse. What the heck? Lion. Ooh, we got some level up. Well, there's no reason to remain here any longer. Let's head back to the Reach. Valorous Reach. Don't you mind if I do? Okay. Lizard. Lizard? Amphibian. First of all, allow me to commend you both on a job well done. Though nothing went according to plan, we nevertheless managed to attract some new recruits, and it was your passion and conviction that moved them to join. Thank you. No, thank you for giving me an opportunity to find out what our people have been through these past 20 years. It's been humbling and troubling too. I'd heard about the skulls, but that was the first time I had seen them in the flesh. I know you say they're the same as any other Imperial soldiers, and maybe that's how I'll have to think of them myself if our paths ever cross in the battlefield, but when, not if. That day will come, Lise. You can't afford to hesitate when it does. Young, old, conscript, citizen, Garlean, Almegan, none of that matters. They've all got their reasons, but they're no better than yours, especially when they're bearing down on you, blade in hand. Saying that, I don't want to kill them any more than you do. If I could convince them to lay down their arms, I would. Sadly, I've never been much of a talker myself, but who knows? Maybe you could be one, Lise. Your father certainly was. Right then. I'd best begin preparing for these new recruits. Sumiko, Lise, it's been a pleasure. Schooler. Fighting stance. You didn't have to take part in the operation, but you did. You went above and beyond what was asked of you, without hesitation, and for that we owe you a debt. Our victory cannot count for much in practical terms, but its symbolic value can't be overstated. Alliance and Resistance fighters came together to face an Imperial unit equipped with Garlemald's newest weapons and smashed them. The people will remember this day. Aye, that they will. For it marks the beginning of something far greater than any single victory, the beginning of a campaign by a united Eorzea to drive the Garleans from our lands. Promises and platitudes mean naught without action, but the Alliance took the field and risked their lives for our cause. To think that the last time Gridanian troops trod the soil was more than a century ago, during the Autumn War, and that was to defend against our invasion. Ours is a long and bloody history, to be sure, and it gives me heart to see that despite our acrimonious past, we can still come together for the sake of the future. Well said, Commander, which is why I intend to go from village to village and spread word of our victory and our new alliance. The people will flock to our banners, just you wait and see. Domingo, Alize, I cannot thank you enough for your assistance. Knuckles. Knuckles. You got it. Alright. Where men go as one. Owing to the efforts of you all, we have accomplished a great deal in a short time. The Resistance thanks you for your service, Scions. I see operations here have been proceeding apace in my absence. It's Albert! That's not his name. Welcome back, brother dearest. I take it your efforts to gather new recruits were successful. Indeed. There were several amongst the Scion's ranks that were quite eager to take part in our joint endeavor with the Resistance, whom I am come to present. Arnvald, there we go. Ardbert is the Scion we had to... Yeah. Commander Kemp, if I may. My name is Arnvald Lentius. A half-breed, as you can doubtless tell. I'm here to fight for a free Alamigo, for an Alamigo where women like my mother are never made to suffer. I pray you grant me this honor. You are a true-born son of Girabania, same as me. This is not my honor to grant, but yours to freely take. Welcome, brother. With our swelling ranks and the aid of the Eorzean Alliance and the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, I believe we will soon be in a position to seize the initiative. Once our new recruits have received sufficient training, I will propose to General Alden that we draw up plans for an assault on Castellum Vellatina. Then, in the meantime, we will make what preparations we can. Quest accepted. Meanwhile, in the royal palace of Alamigo. Is our destined bound bestie minding his manners? Oh no, he's getting bored.
Have occupied Castrum Orients and taken up positions along the length of the wall. Our patrols have engaged their reconnaissance parties on site, but there have been no significant exchanges. Save one. A unit tasked with field testing prototype Magitech weapons was attacked. The weapons were destroyed, with the unit sustaining near total casualties.
Near total? Go on.
My lord, there was but a single survivor from the unit in question, which falls under my command. According to his report, they were ambushed by a contingent of Eorzean Alliance regulars, abetted by resistance insurgents.
A simple ambush and only one survivor. A fine day's work. The stubbornness to survive is not without worth. He may live. However, the 12th is no place for the weak.
He shall be relegated at once, my lord. As you say, the 12th is no place for cowards who count their lives more precious than the cause.
Indeed, indeed. We have no need of cowards.
My lord,
Cowards, who defer critical missions to their subordinates, who hide within their castra, never meeting their prey in battle, never staring into the whites of their eyes. Why, when confronted with a heretofore unknown icon, did we surrender the wall to the Alliance? Because my honored father, in his infinite wisdom, has not seen fit to grant us leave to march on their lands. Accordingly, we have extended an invitation to our neighbors. Gir Abania is where we shall host them. The field upon which we shall enjoy the sport of kings. Patience is paramount. Cornered animals may have spirit, but they are ultimately predictable and very poor sport. But if one dangles the promise of freedom before them while nipping at their heels to stoke their passion, then things become interesting. It is a delicate dance, one which asks much of my hounds. And so I put the question to you, my fellow huntsman. How shall we deal with these savages?
My lord, I have a proposal.
Silence, Alamegan! You do forget yourself! Only by the grace of Lord Van Baelsar were you afforded a place here, and that in name alone. We have no need of your proposals, savage.
This savage yearns to hunt her own. The floor is yours, Commander.
Thank you, my lord.
I pose a question to you guys. If bad, why hot? I'm just gonna put that out there. Right then, I've got duties to attend to. Mayhap we could assist you with said duties? We are here to help after all. The three of you have been busy, so I will understand if you require time to rest. If not, however, it would seem sensible to assist our allies with their preparations. We'd be grateful for any and all help you could offer. You ask around, I guarantee you won't want for work. Okay, well, we're gonna call this here for today. Thank you everybody for hanging out with me, and thank you Noob for helping me through the rest of Coils. I do appreciate you. But I will see you all probably Saturday, I'm thinking. We'll see how it goes. Maybe sooner. Saturday at the latest. But I will see you all then, and until then, have a good day. Keep chugging.